Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. And thank you for joining me for another day in Azeroth. What is new? What is good, everybody?
Good day to you.
Let's start off with a little bit of housekeeping. We're holding on to a bunch of greens that I think I'm just going to sell.
Safe travel.
Alright, let's check a few professions. Alchemy, we're not going to be doing anything with that right now. Cooking, we also maxed out. First aid, 201 out of 225. We can do a little bit of work there. We're not going to have a lot of profession stuff to do until we hit level 40. I mean, besides picking herbs. And maybe laying some things aside in the auction house or in the bank for later. Chaos, Dream It, Talon, Cat Lady Jude, Risen, Ash Chapman, Lisa, Thomas. Welcome, everybody. Alright, let's go get our fire buff. And then I think we'll start today by hunting some Naga. I'm going to finish up the level 32 and level 34 stuff here in Hillsbrad. But then after that, I think it's time to make the long journey to the Shimmering Flats. Which, that might be a little bit of travel for us. It's probably going to involve going into Stranglethorn first. Getting the Rebel Camp flight point and the Booty Bay flight point, and then taking the boat over to Ratchet. Do I even have any flowers? I have one flower. Oh god, somebody on the Horde side did Halcular's quest. I think he killed us last time we were here on our Dwarf Priest. Hopefully we can outdistance him. Mr. Blaster, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Alright, that is level 34. Let's see. I could keep going into dual wield spec. We could keep going into commanding presence. Let's put some more points into dual wield spec. Try to get that capped out sooner rather than later. Even though we're capped out on skill, I definitely want to fish at the cargo wreckage here. So let's take a second to do that. Typically, there's a lot of Naga out here. Apparently, somebody has killed all of them. I blame this person. Level 33, Draenei Priest. Yeah. You look like it's your fault. Here we go. We got some respawns coming back up. If they make Naga a playable race, Are we gonna be able to equip 4 weapons? Or 2 two-handed weapons? Since they have 4 arms. And what about ring slots? Do we get 4 ring slots? What about bracers? Do we get 4 bracers? Or what about gloves? Maybe the Naga that we play won't have 4 arms. Although that would be very strange. It would be very strange for them to only have the 2 arms. But if they have 4, it brings up all these other questions. Tanita, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Are we doing fireworks? Yeah, we'll probably do some fireworks. Mm-hmm. That would make them an army. I see what you did there. And then I don't know what they would do for boots. Maybe instead of boots, they would have like a tail cap, like a little cap around their tail. I don't know if they need that kind of thing or not. I guess the answer is we're probably not going to get playable Naga. The more I think about it, the more like I don't know what they would do with all the itemization. Down to even just how the character looks. They'd probably have to do like a full Drakthir treatment and have it pick its armor and pick its appearance, and then the loot you put on won't make any difference. And the extra gear would cost them an arm and a leg. Oh boy. Then again, you know what? The male models, if that's the difference we want to make, if we want to say these are females, these are dudes. The males, they don't have 4 arms. They just have 2 normal, just beefy arms. So that's a little weird. I never really understand that in WoW. Like, so the females get 4 arms, the males get 2 arms. Like, how does that really work? How does that actually work? Maybe these dudes are like a different type of Naga. I don't know. When you look at the females, you can see like, well, this used to be an elf, right? You can see, well, these were high elves that were turned. When you look at this guy, like, the same is not true. Like, he's almost more like a Drakthir looking thing. So, like, I wonder if these Naga, the ones that fight, are just like a different... They're not the highborn people that were turned into Naga. Like, they're just something else. Because there's like such a big visual difference between the 2 of them. And like, where are all the dude highborn that got turned into Naga? Like, where are they at? Why are we not ever seeing them? Dream It says, yeah, fireworks got banned here due to the state being on fire. That's a good reason to not have fireworks. Unfortunately, people are stupid and entitled, and people still do it no matter what. That's the messed up part. Eags, welcome to the stream. Valnencho, welcome. Thanks for being here, guys. We're done with sirens. I guess, are we done here? It'd be really great if I just, you know, paid attention to the quest tracking. Yeah, we're good. We could keep murdering Naga, or we could go home. We have mail from the auction house. It's probably that blue item we tried to sell being sent back to us. Tried to sell a blue item. It was a belt for 40 gold. Because other people had it up for like 45, 48. I don't think it's sold. I don't think anybody wants that belt for 40 gold. Now we do have a blue crossbow. A level 27 blue crossbow is close enough to a level 29 twink that this might get us 40 gold. So next time we're in town, I gotta try to remember to check that out.
You need something? See you around. For the Alliance.
Oh, snap. We sold it. That's very nice. 38 golds right into our pockets. Alright. Okay, we got Costly Menace is level 34. We can do that. But then I also think if we're going to do that, then I have to head out here. Maybe I just want to head out here and do this one and kind of do it in level order. We can come back for the 34 one later. We could be like... We could be close to level 40 and still do this. Meanwhile, what's going on with the quest in the Shimmering Flats? They're all green except for 36 and 33. Yeah, we should probably get out here soon. Let's go do Northfold Manor, and then we're going to think about how we get ourselves to the Shimmering Flats.
Greetings. Safe travel.
I always find it the most difficult and kind of arbitrary thing to try to recommend a class to a new player just on the fact that they're a new player. You're going to want to think about a couple of things. I think the most important thing to decide is, you know, do you want to be melee or ranged? Are you someone that wants to get into the mix? You want to be face to face with the enemies? You want to see the animations and see the enemy details? Or are you somebody that feels more comfortable at range? Like, you just have to answer that, and then once you know the answer to that, just try a few things. The best class for a beginner is the class that you fall in love with, and the one that you want to play for hundreds and hundreds of hours. So it's really hard. I don't like looking at classes mechanically and saying, oh, you know, Pally is best for beginners because you got heals, you got bubbles, you got heavy armor. Because there's plus and minuses to every class. Like, I could say all that good stuff about Pally, and then I could say, well, you know, Pally is really gear dependent. You always have to make sure you can afford to have a good weapon. You know, once you get into the 40s, the Pally slows down. Like, there's good and bad for everything, but the best class for you is going to be the one that you fall in love with. So think about your preference of fighting style, and then try a few classes. That's what I would say. Think about your style. Do I like magic? Do I like melee? Do I like ranged? Pick a class based on that, and then try a few different classes. Until one just absolutely grips you and won't let go. And then just play that one. A ghost wolf running from a giant tarantula being chased by 2 guards. You don't see that every day. Well, safe to say that somebody beat us here. Who do we have? We have a human warrior level 33. We need 10 highwaymen and 6 mercenaries. I think it's the highwaymen that are in stealth? Yeah, the highwaymen are stealth. Yeah, see, a lot of times the stealth guys hang out on the perimeter of town. Sometimes in the buildings, too. Do we need the raptor eggs for the Gadgekstan cooking quest? It's possible. We need giant eggs. I don't think those come from raptors, though. We might also need raptor eggs, but I remember needing giant egg. Giant egg drops from, like, higher level wildkin. You get giant eggs from the hinterlands wildkin. I'm gonna end up buying on the auction house whatever we need. Yep. I'm just gonna... Next time I'm in town, I'm gonna look it up. And I'm just gonna purchase all the stuff we're gonna have. That way, whenever we can do the quest and turn it in, we already have the stuff. Because at that point, our cooking is gonna have been capped out for a long time. I don't like that. I want to get that stuff to 300 as soon as I can. Yeah, I don't see any reason that a person wouldn't just buy the stuff on the auction house that they don't already have. We might have some of it by then. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you could go on like a 4-hour journey around the world and kill the stuff specifically you need that you've already killed before and just didn't keep the stuff, or you can just buy it. Fuel the economy. Yep. By the look of it, we can get into Armory now. And I'm going to want to do that at some point today. Although I don't really care. This will be the one time I get the two-handed axe right away. Because we're not really rocking two-handed weapons right now. But if I get the two-handed axe, then maybe we'll do that for a bit. We could even consider a respec. If we get the axe. Just to be able to use it to its fullest for a while. Buffalo Bill, good morning to you and welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us. Oh my god, how did he get him up there? That's fun. Yeah, we need everything off the last boss in armor. He only has a few pieces, right? He's got the helmet, the shoulders, and the axe. I don't know. I don't think he has anything else, right? Helmet, shoulders, axe. Indy, welcome to the stream. Your YouTube says this stream is YouTube featured. I don't know what that means, except that it just means that it's on YouTube. Happy Friday, buddy. You could say this this stream is exclusively featured on YouTube, since that's the only place where it happens. Maybe that's what it's implying. Maybe that's what it's saying, is that like this is not a dual stream. You know how like a lot of streamers will dual stream Twitch and YouTube. Maybe that's what it means. Yeah, maybe it's I'm a YouTube exclusive because I'm too lazy to dual stream. Yep. That's cool. It sounds nice. It has a nice ring to it. Ooh, it was even a fancy little badge under the thumbnail. Oh no. Oh no. That's almost too flashy. I'm worried that's gonna scare some people off. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to check this out. Gotta find one more stealth guy. That's gonna be hard with this other warrior like directly ahead of us taking the exact same path that we're taking. Let's go counterclockwise. Maybe we come a little bit further out from town and see if we have any luck out here. I saw somebody right ahead of us. It looked like a mob spawned in, then went directly into stealth. Yes. There we go. Of course, I blew retaliation and the third guy ran away. What a bummer. I was gonna do retaliation sweeping strikes. Of course he ran off. It's like they know when you pop a cooldown, they get scared.
Hello. Farewell. Be careful.
Alright, I think now is the time to try to get to Shimmering Flats. Right? I mean, we could stay here and we could do more stuff. But we have green stuff waiting in the flats. Now, what's my best way to go about this? I don't really have any great travel options.
Hey there.
I think my best option that doesn't involve just like a long-ass flight. I mean, here's the long-ass flight option. There's that option. Maybe that's my best option. Maybe long-ass flight is best flight. I don't know. Got ourselves a first-class griffin here, so it should be okay. I could take an early coffee refill. Could be a valuable use of this time. Like, part of me wants to do armory today, but I'm not really in the mood right now for a dungeon. So maybe that's something we'll do like later in the afternoon. I would much rather get out to Shimmering Flats and knock out all that stuff. Hopefully if we do all that stuff, that'll get us level 35. 35, we can go into Stranglethorn, and then once we go into Stranglethorn, then I'll probably be more inclined to run dungeons. Because you know how Stranglethorn just gets kind of crowded sometimes? You feel like you can't make a lot of progress very quickly. Because of all the multi-faction players. That's probably when we'll do like more Scarlet Monastery. Because I will need a break from running in circles and not finding any panthers. Yeah, taking the tram and stuff would probably take as long, if not longer. That's what I thought. And I thought, well, we could do some stuff in the city on the way, but none of it is stuff that I really have to do right now. I mean, we did hit 34. You could say, like, well, you ought to train. Let's see, ought we to train? I can live without this. Yeah, you know what we have to do? We have to get Berserker stance. Okay. Let's reroute a little bit. We gotta get Berserker stance, because if we're gonna be going down to Booty Bay and we're gonna be crossing over into Ratchet to go to Shimmering Flats, then we ought to have the warrior quest at the same time, because we're gonna have to go to that little island beyond Ratchet. And so, like, who has my warrior quest? Does somebody in Stormwind have it? Is that where I need to go? The Islander. Oh, it just became available. For some reason, I thought this was something we like had been putting off or we hadn't done. But this says the quest is 34. Okay, we'll go to Stormwind first. We'll pick this up.
Hey there.
So that we can actually do this.
Safe
There we
ride.
go. Eags, thanks so much for the super chat. And thank you, I really appreciate that. Yeah, we have family in town, so we've been having a really good week so far. And I've been happy to still be able to be here and hang out with you guys too. Karen, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. Alright, I think I'm gonna hold off on the coffee break for now. Since we have a little bit of stuff to do. And then we're going to be making a long run through Stranglethorn. You know, I guess technically taking the boat to Dustwallow and running from Dustwallow to get to Shimmering Flats would be faster than Ratchet. But with Ratchet now, we get to do this, the stance quest. So yeah, like running through all of the Barrens, I don't know, like does it work out? I don't know, maybe the run is the same. Because Dustwallow is a pretty big zone. You gotta get through that out to the Barrens. And then you still have to go through half the Barrens anyway. I don't know. Maybe going to Ratchet is quicker. Maybe we have to look at the price of 14 slot bags. And then also, I have to consider, like, how long can I keep carrying around each weapon type? And what am I letting... I know that I'm letting two-handed stuff fall behind. And I really shouldn't do that. Two-handed swords, that's our weakest. We're gonna level a two-handed sword for a bit. I gotta get my two... Even though I don't really think I'm gonna use a lot of two-handed weapons on this character, I gotta get the skill up. Yeah, they're all falling pretty far behind. We've got Rockzor's hammer still from Dead Mines. Okay, I have a different hammer. There we go, there's the good hammer. So I did buy a green upgrade recently, level 32 green. We still have... I think we still have the Reef Axe, yep. And then I have this green sword. So yeah, we'll do two-handers for a bit because I'm not comfortable with some of these numbers. 16 slot bags should be cheap. Yeah, well, they'll be like anywhere from like 4 to 12 gold. Yeah, like I don't know how... It's like cheap-esque. It's cheap adjacent. Yeah, I'm gonna have to consider... I gotta get rid of some of these old weapons and... do some serious inventory management. I should put my old horse in the bank, the horse that we're not riding.
King's honor, friend.
That's probably about all we can do. And then we'll have to look at Alchemy while we're here and see if we can do anything with that. I don't really think we can do much. We need Goldthorn for basically everything that gives skill ups now. And we haven't found any Goldthorn, and then Fade Leaf is not until much later. So maybe I should just bank some of these herbs since we're not really using them. Have I ever tried the sorted category layout? No, I haven't played with any of that stuff besides locking these in place. Oh. Yeah. What I don't like is, like, I don't know how many slots I have. Like, I can't see the slots. I've tried this before. And, like, I don't see empty slots. I feel very strange. No, see, I don't like it. I have to see my empty slots. I don't know why. I must see the empty slots visually represented by empty squares. And if I don't, it just doesn't feel right. Because, yeah, I think I have looked at that before. Okay. Yeah. Let's drop some stuff at the bank.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Well, that's pretty good. Now that we did all that, I don't feel like I need to buy the bags as much. Because now we're actually in pretty good shape. Let's go see how much they cost. If they're 4 golds each, I can do like 4 or 5 golds each. If they're like 8 to 12 golds, then I'm probably just going to hold off. Try to manage my inventory better. You can get a Primal Mooncloth 20 slot bag for 330. Odrainic Leather 14 slot bags. Those are 19. Imbued Netherweave 18 slot bag you can get for 34 a piece. That's not bad. If you want some Mooncloth bags, 16 slot bag, 8 gold. So that's pretty cheap. Like 8 gold is like the top end. I don't really want to pay 8 gold, but I would if it came to it. Oh, and look at the Netherweave bags are yeah, we can afford these. Absolutely. I forgot how cheap these get. What I like is that some people will buy the Mooncloth bag because it looks cooler, or they just like the look of it aesthetically. You know, you'll pay more for it just because it doesn't look like the Netherweave bag. It's interesting. It's a lot of an uptick to pay for pure, like, aesthetic pleasure, you know, when it comes to what a bag looks like. Yeah, we're gonna get Berserker Stance, but we're also heading down to the Shimmering Flats to quest. So, like, instead of going out of our way to do either one of these things, we're gonna do both of them. There we go. Let's bank the old bags.
Light be with you.
I'm gonna bank the turtle meat. I don't know how long it's gonna be until we can actually get skill ups with cooking. So for now, I'll just bank all cooking related things. We want to check on grave moss prices. We thought maybe this could sell. If not, I'm just gonna get rid of it.
For the Alliance.
Oh yeah, yeah. I always forget that I'm in a guild. No, I'd have to pay them anyway. Even if somebody gave me a bag, I'm still gonna pay them for it. And I'm gonna pay them auction house prices anyhow. We're looking for grave moss. Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, 24 silver for grave moss. So that's a gold for 4 of them. If I have 2 of them, I'm gonna sell this stack of 8 for like a gold 50. Maybe we'll do a gold 70. Ooh, nope, not 7. We'll do 150. See if we can just sell it quickly. And then we wanted to check out the crossbow. 19 gold. Somebody wants 119 for it. That's... maybe they fat-fingered the extra 1. But it looks like its real value is somewhere around 20 gold. Do I want to sell it for 20 gold, or do I want to just hang on to it and like check back on a different day? Maybe it sells for more. I highly doubt I'm ever gonna attempt a hunter again. So it's not like it's something I'm gonna hang on to. I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna post it for 18 gold. I feel like that's okay. You don't make money by hanging on to everything.
What can I do for you? Be careful. Light bless you. Need help? For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
I'm gonna level 2-handers for a while, because my 2-handers are all very far behind. And I have 1 of each weapon right now. And so, like, this isn't gonna be very popular, but since I'm gonna be leveling 2-handers for a while, I'm gonna go back to arms.
Well met.
That's right, I'm gonna pay hard-earned money.
Be careful.
Oh god, oh don't look at it. Ooh, okay. Oh, I can't wait for dual spec. Whew. Yeah, we're gonna do 2-handers for a while. Because, you know, we're probably going to end up getting the axe from Armory. And we're going to want to use the axe for a while anyway. And to do that properly, we're going to want to be arms spec. And all of my 2-handers starting to fall behind. I don't like that very much. And the nice thing about being arms spec is, like, I don't feel as bad putting on a shield and a 1-hander for arms spec. I don't know why. Probably because I still have the bleeds and stuff, like respect into bleeds, and I still get the bleeds, whether I have a one-hander or a two-hander. It's probably something to do with that. Wayne, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Yeah, Dave, you seem like you were a little bit in the past there. It happens to the best of us. Alright, we gotta fly over to Darkshire, and then we gotta make the run through Stranglethorn. And while we fly, I will look at our spec.
Light be with you. Go with honor.
I kind of like, since we tank so much, I kind of like grabbing deflection. Since we do a lot of tanking, like, and like slamming heroic strike more, like, I don't know, like, yeah, like, it's, I don't know. It doesn't ever feel that good. I think I'll just take the deflection. We will go into two-handed weapon spec though for now, since we are going to be leveling up our two-handed weapons. So I'll put all 5 points there. We'll take the 2 points in Impale. I'm not going to go into any weapons specifically. I really hate that choice. For now, let's grab Death Wish. When activated, increases your physical damage by 20% and makes you immune to fear effects, but increases all damage taken. So not something I'm going to use a lot, actually. But it's on a 3-minute cooldown, so it like wants me to use it quite often. We'll take it. Obviously, we're going to take it. 2 more points. I think I come here again. And why don't we just finish that off with 5 points? Yeah, I don't mind that. That'll work. Alright, the run begins. Dante, happy Friday, man. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us. I've had a really fun, really good week, so for me, unfortunately, this week especially, every day has felt like a Friday. I kind of keep forgetting that it's actual Friday. My wife's been off work. We're on summer vacation, we got family in town. It's been a really, really nice week. But now is real Friday. And it's probably important for me to keep that in mind. Did they add a flight point in the northern part of Stranglethorn for the Alliance? Yes, I'm pretty sure they did. I've been told that they did. I don't recall, though. Because technically, we did get our Dwarf Priest into Stranglethorn, and I really don't remember if there was a flight point or not. I think that there was. I think there was. It is nice having a mount to do the Stranglethorn run. Because having to do it on foot the first time, getting all the way down to Booty Bay on foot, just to get the low-level quest and the flight point and whatnot, oh man, that's tough. So whereas it feels kind of weird to have mounts in zones like wetlands, It feels fine to have the mount in Stranglethorn early. It's such a big zone. The Rebel Camp does have the flight point. Yeah, I thought so. I don't really remember using it a lot on the Priest, but then again, I think I shelved the Priest like shortly after we got to Stranglethorn. There she is. There's the flight point. Look at that. I see. I have no visual memory of this. Like, I really don't remember this guy. But there he is. That's beautiful.
King's honor, friend. Light bless you.
Can I help you? Have a good one. See you around.
If I can get his quest now, that would be amazing. Oh my gosh.
Good day to you. See you later.
Well, we're not going to quest here right now, but just having that already for later, that guy's so hard to find in that state where he gives the quest. Very cool. Very lucky. Guys, I think we are done with Duskwood stuff. And I need space in my quest log. If we want to do Nomergon, unfortunately the time is nigh. But like as a tank, I'm very hesitant to do a Nomergon run because I don't know the route in Nomergon. I know we go in and we can start going left. I know there's some tunnels we can go into to do the little event. I don't know my way around there. 22 years, I'm not going to learn my way around Nomergon ever. It's not going to happen at this point. So yeah, I'm not too hot for it. You know, like I don't think I really want to do it. So I think instead we'll just focus on armory runs and then cathedral runs, and that'll have to suffice. Because I'm just not very keen to try to do Nomergon. I think the last couple Nomergons we tried to do were kind of bunk. We had some like really crappy groups and like just some AFKing, and I remember doing a couple of Nomergon runs that were not a good time. Larry, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday, and thanks for joining us. Yeah, the only stressful thing for me is usually knowing my way. Like, I'm fine with doing pulls. I can pull anything and like tank it, you know, it's not a big deal. But as far as like, do I know where to go? Like, no. No, like Sunken Temple, don't know where to go. Blackrock, I could swing it because you just kind of go down the corridors, but you kind of do a circle around the outside. Like, some of them I could probably swing. Lower Blackrock Spire, nope, couldn't do that one. Upper Blackrock Spire, nope, couldn't do that one. Dire Maul, nope, couldn't lead you through there. Like, most of the endgame stuff, like, I don't know, I can't lead anybody through it. But I can pull the mobs. I can go in the direction where there are living enemies and keep doing that. Sometimes that gets you to bosses. Sometimes it gets you kicked from groups. I would love to have dungeons like that, those very labyrinthine dungeons that you get lost in. I'd love to have those as like solo delves. Like that kind of content where I'm lost in it, oh, that's much more enjoyable when I'm playing solo. Because then I can explore to my heart's content. And then, like, if I'm playing, like, if I'm doing, like, a Sunken Temple delve solo, well, then no way is the wrong way. Because I'm just exploring all of it, and, like, you know, I'm getting experience and loot and gold and all that good stuff. And so I would love that kind of stuff as, like, solo delve gameplay. But I like that, you know, as the expansions go on, the 5-man dungeons don't really ever go back to that point where, like, some of them are completely indecipherable as to which way you go. Like, the 5-man dungeons, once we leave vanilla, are all pretty straightforward. You know, you can't really get lost in TBC or Wrath dungeons. Except for a couple, like, I guess, the Oculus. I guess the Oculus can be a little confusing in Wrath. There's probably a couple other ones, but they definitely looked at some of those endgame dungeons and took a more straightforward dungeon design right away. This mob here is not gonna aggro, right? I can walk right by them? Yeah, I think I can walk right by them. Perfect. I remember being terrified of that mob on hardcore. And I thought people were trying to get me killed. Like, no, they're fine. They're not gonna aggro you. Just walk by them. I'm like, no. I feel like you're trying to get me killed. Trust issues. Oh yeah, well, we're supposed to get labyrinths. Will labyrinths be like old 5-mans that I get lost in? Maybe they will. That would be a cool design for labyrinths to have. If labyrinths ever see the light of day. Because they're not coming in 12.1. But yeah, maybe they'll be like that. Like a Blackrock Spire type of deal. Just go in there and get lost for a few hours. I feel like for labyrinths we should have 2 companion characters with us. You know, we should have Valera. But then also they should introduce another character and then we should bring both of them out. Maybe they could have some witty banter with each other, like maybe they don't quite get along. And they can have some witty banter. Although that might get repetitive after hundreds of hours of delves. But I think fleshing out the party, if it's a labyrinth, fleshing out the party makes sense. Yeah, you can stop anytime, save your progress. Right, you're right. It's like raiding, like you get to a waypoint or whatever. And as long as you've opened up that waypoint, when you go back in, you can resume right there. Which is really nice. That's going to help a lot of people really do that content, because if it's a 3-hour thing, like you've only got an hour at a time, 2 days a week, like you can still progress through it. Very, very cool design. Alright, we're grabbing this flight point. So that I don't forget. Is there anything else we need to do in Booty Bay before we go on the boat? Maybe I should pick up a couple of the low-level quests. There's the Crocolisk skins. I should probably grab the Crocolisk skin quest. That happens back up north. And it's like a level 31 or 32. Level 31.
Time is money, friend.
I think there's a couple of other ones that are low level and happen back up to the north. Maybe we gotta check the inn. Singing Blue Shards. Basilisk?
Keep it real.
Yeah, okay. The other question is, we're going to be going out to Shimmering Flats with the expressed purpose of just doing all those quests and getting them done. Maybe I should set my Hearthstone here. Because we're going to be coming back to Stranglethorn after that.
Hurry back.
So let's set our Hearthstone here. That's going to be more useful than back up in South Shore. Alright, what quests do you have? Level 32 and 32. We'll grab both of the 32s.
What's up? Keep it real. Hurry back.
We'll grab Haunted Island.
I could help. Hurry back. Time is money, friend. Yo, keep it real.
I probably shouldn't be grabbing all these, but ideally I could fill up on these, have room for the Shimmering Flat stuff, and then come back here and jump right into this questing. That would be ideal.
Adventure awaits. I have work for one such as you.
In wetlands, we're done with wetlands, so let's do that. That's gonna help us. Not gonna be doing any more stuff in wetlands. Okay, 17 out of 25. I can live with that. What else do we have? 37, 41. Okay, I think we're good. I think maybe we can make this boat. I don't know when it pulled up. When can we mount up in Booty Bay? Is that not till Cataclysm that we can mount up? That would be a cool change for Classic. I don't see why we can't mount up. There's more than enough space. I don't know if we're gonna make it. We know what happens when you stick to the side of this boat, because we lost a hardcore character by doing that. So, okay, I think we're good. Very nice. Alright, we're off to Berserker Island. Or whatever it's called. Do I have the flight point here? No, I don't think that I do. We should grab that. Does that actually connect us to any other flight points that I have in Kalimdor?
Talk to me.
Yes. Okay.
Hurry back.
That's nice. Fatigue. Oh. Okay, there's an ideal path here. I see the pathway I should have taken. The one that doesn't include getting fatigue. Let's see if we can make it down to that. It's a light blue strip right here. That was probably supposed to be like really obvious. Here we go.
Hey there.
He's the Islander. I guess not. Is this a Highlander reference? He's the Islander instead of the Highlander.
Be careful. See you later.
I guess I never picked up on that till now. I've never read his name before, so. Alright, into the pit we go. I don't remember if this is challenging or not. I think I've usually done this at a much higher level than the quest, because I forget to do it. Oh, you know, like using a weapon type that I'm like not keen on, that's probably not going to be like a great idea here. Also, like we're not really set up for this. Let's go like this. I might have to switch weapons out just so we can kill these guys. Let's just sword and board for it. I mean, I'd be laughing too if I was just ganging up on somebody, I guess. Jerks. I think we just got off to a really rough start with this one with the weak weapon equipped. I was thinking I'd get a break between these guys to like heal up, but apparently that's not in the cards. I'm gonna have to try to do something because we're gonna die eventually. If I just gotta fight guys for 9 minutes, then I don't know. I don't know how that's supposed to work. Maybe doing this at a much higher level is the way we gotta go. Okay. We seem to have cleared wave 1. Thankfully, this guy spawns in as a non-aggressive enemy. That was nice of them. Level 33. Okay. Let's get all of our HP back here. There we go.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
And this is the weapon quest. To find Bathra, go to the river that flows along Terran Mill's eastern flank. Follow it north. Bathra is camped near the ruins that rest along the river's eastern bank. Oh, those troll ruins. I know where that's at. I don't know if we'll do that quest or even what that quest is, but maybe. Alright, so that's it. We've got our Berserker stance. No, we're probably not going to be using a lot of this for a while. But we can get it set up. It's really good for the two-handed axe. What's that, Berserker stance? I mean, Berserker stance, critical hit chance is increased by 3% and all damage taken is increased. So that's what Berserker stance does. It's increasing your crit chance by 3, but it's also increasing the damage you take by 10%. And so, like, but, you know, to use certain abilities, we have to be in Berserker. Like, to use Whirlwind, I have to be in Berserker. So if I want a Whirlwind... Oh, the quest. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Is that quest line for the Berserker quest line? It could be. Yeah, that might be the start of it. I've never done it from front to back. I just like people yelling at me about it every time I do a warrior. You gonna do the Whirlwind Axe? You going for the Whirlwind Axe? You gonna do the quest for the good weapon? Like, probably not. But we'll see. If it works out and we can get it started without going way out of our way, then maybe. Alright, from here... Ooh, I don't want to go that way. From here, let's go out to the road and we'll just shoot south. We're trying to get down into Thousand Needles so we can get down to Shimmering Flats next. Monica, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Man, I miss questing in the Barrens. Next time we do a Horde side playthrough, we have to make sure we quest in the Barrens and don't spend all of our time in the Blood Elf areas. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a great axe. But there's lots of cool weapons, you know? The funnest weapon I ever had was making the two-hander from the one-handed swords in Zul'Farrak. That was really cool. That sword I used... I think I used it all the way to 60. And it wasn't even that it was like that great of a weapon item-wise, it's just like the idea of it was so cool. I had got these two one-handers and I had never known before that I could connect them, and then suddenly they were an epic two-hander, and I'm like, and it looked awesome. And so I just kept using it. That was Season of Mastery, I think. I think I still have that weapon banked on that character, wherever that character ended up. When we get into Thousand Needles, we gotta make sure that we grab the flight points for the Alliance. That leads us into Feralus, right over here. Ooh, and while we're over here, this might not be a bad time to be in the queue for, is there anything over here we can do? RFD. Oh, I think we're a little bit low for RFD. And we're out of the range for RFK. It's like, I don't think we'll ever really be here when we're at the proper level range for RFD. Because I think RFD, ideally, I'd probably want to be like level 38. But when I'm 38, I won't be questing in Shimmering Flats anymore. And I won't yet be questing in Tannerus, because I won't be a high enough level. And so we just miss being out here in some of those level ranges. The X quest sends you all over. Yeah, but can't I get most of the things on the auction house? Like if someone really wanted to do the quest and they had gold. I feel like a lot of the stuff, maybe we can just buy it. Unless there are like specific soulbound items that are quest items. But I thought we needed like a lot of elemental charms and like stuff like that. I mean, what good is making money if you're not going to spend it? Can't take it anywhere with me. It's not like I have any long-term financial goals for the character. You know, we got our mount. We got our mount, and, yeah, I don't know. That might be all we need. Save it for epic riding. I don't think I've ever gotten epic riding yet. So far, 0 characters have attained epic riding. And so far I'm okay with that. Maybe someday. I think in Wrath of the Lich King I'll be ready to have epic speed, everything. But I don't know if it's gonna happen before that. Do druids still get travel form at 30 and you get your mount at 30? Like there's not a period of time in which you can use the travel form that you don't have a mount yet? You'd think the travel form would be like level 20. And that way you can get 10 levels of use out of the travel form before you get Oh, you're talking about the epic speed though. Okay. You don't get an epic speed travel form though? You have to use a mount for druid epic travel speed. Does that ever change? I guess I assume the druid travel form would just run faster. Yeah. You have to ride an epic mount. You don't get like an epic travel form speed. That's interesting. I guess that would be a time at least then you get to look at your character a little bit. While they're mounted. That's the only time you see their gears while they're mounted, so... 1,000 Needles needs another, like, Alliance outpost somewhere. Maybe the Alliance can be trying to make a pact or, like, an agreement with the Grim Totem or something. And then we can get, like, a little, like, Alliance quest hub somewhere. Or maybe these people over here at this little camp, maybe they can start having quests for 1,000 Needles stuff for Alliance side. It would be cool if the Alliance had, like, some more stuff to do here. That would be really neat for both factions in Classic Plus, if factions got quests in places where normally they don't. I don't really know what the Horde comparisons would be, but... for the Alliance, like giving them some quests to do out of the Barrens, giving them some quests to do in 1,000 Needles. Places where normally they would do nothing. Maybe it is a good idea to get some skill ups on some of the gray mobs here. Its two-handed sword is only at 110 out of 170. So yeah, let's go on foot for a little bit until we can consistently kill these things. Oh, I guess if we want the Fire Festival buff, we're gonna have to go down to Gadgekstan and get that. Because there's probably not going to be one out at the racetrack. Although there should be one at the racetrack, because if you're going to have a Fire Festival anywhere, like, why wouldn't you have it by a racetrack? Maybe they put one there. We'll see. Alright, let's head down to the little town and grab all the quests. We're going to go to Gadgekstan. We are going to grab the flight point, and we'll have to dance on the ribbon pole there if we want the XP buff. At least I'm hoping that we'll be able to. Steve, thank you so much for the $20 super. That is a lot of support, and I really appreciate it. Thanks for being here and for hanging out with us today.
My, you're a tall one.
Hi, how are you? Off and away.
Talk to me. Walk with you. Be good. Watch your back.
How do you get a horse like this with burning legs? You are talking about the Warlock mount. If you play a Warlock, you get your mount for free, and the mount that you get is similar to this, but is all fiery.
What's up? Glad I could
But I
help.
don't think there's any other way you can get that one unless you are a Warlock. Not in Classic, at least.
I've been expecting.
Alright, before we start any of this stuff, I gotta run down to Gadgekstan. Oh, that's a really cool skybox effect. Where like the sun is just beneath the mountains. And we can see those like final rays. Very cool. I've gotten into Warlock a couple of times. Unfortunately, the one time I really got into a Warlock was a hardcore run. And we made it to like level 34 or 35 and we died in Nomergon. But that was the first time I played a Warlock and I was like, oh man, like I am really into this. And then I had a Horde side hardcore Warlock that got to like level 40 something. And I was really into them and until I started to fiddle with their spec. I fiddled with their spec. I tried to do some kind of weird like Firestone offhand build. And I didn't like it. And then when I picked the character back up, I never got it to feel the same again. So I've had a couple of Warlocks that I've really liked, but nothing recently. Nothing in TVC. We haven't touched a Warlock in TVC. We probably will eventually. Alright, flight point, and then I didn't notice, where was their ribbon pull? Here we go. Alright, I'm gonna park it here for a second. I gotta go refill my coffee and I have to bio. So give me a couple minutes and we'll grab this buff, we'll go back into Shimmering Flats, and then we'll just do everything. Oh, maybe we can get the music to play while we're AFK. That's cool. Alright, I will be back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for hanging out. I also need to re-up my flower supply. Maybe I can do that over here. Oh, you know what I realized? The Alliance doesn't have a bonfire in Thousand Needles anywhere. So we have no bonfire here, so we're never going to get the bonfire buff. That's interesting. Shane, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. Happy Friday. Seen it, I saw you. Good afternoon, man. Something about killing turtles that just feels ... You mean incredible? Exhilarating? Joyous? Any of those? Whenever we finish this stuff, then we're gonna start looking for an armory group. Because we'll probably need the palette cleanser by then. You noticed I say Gadgekstan wrong. It's Gadgekstan. That's what I said. Listen, I've been saying it wrong for 22 years. Fat chance of getting me to say it any different. Sounds like Gadgekstan to me. As much as I'd hate to offend all the inhabitants of Gadgekstan, I'm just gonna keep pronouncing it that way. Seen that I outleveled your 15th alt. Jesus. I don't know who I'm sorry for, me or you. Somehow, you might level more characters than I do. Which is quite a feat. 3-minute poisons that stack. Nature damage inflicted every 3 seconds. Reduced strength, reduced agility. Oh my god. These are some really nasty poisons. I don't like this. I won't be fighting those back to back. It's absolutely brutal. Saying you have a friend who has nothing but hunters. He has a hunter for every race he can have a hunter on. After playing hunter through vanilla content, I can understand why someone would do that. When I was like in the thick of my hunter, I was thinking like, what kind of hunter can I roll next? Is it going to be a dwarf hunter? Is it going to be a night elf hunter? What is it going to be? I can definitely understand how somebody gets there. If I played the game in private, then I very easily would have become a hunter player. I can see how it happens. Yeah, I was enjoying the hunter a ton, you know. And then we got to Outland, and then like Outland is where optimization matters, and I didn't feel like optimizing at that point. And yeah, I don't know. Yep, maybe someday, if I ever do it again, I'm gonna have to, I'll have to figure out how to absolve myself to following a guide. You know? Like I gotta catch the lurker in Hillsbrad to teach myself bite rank 4, and then so on and so forth. You know, I'm gonna have to have notes typed up in my OneNote to know like what I have to train and when. Like I'll have to do the whole thing. I don't know if I'll ever be ready for that. But maybe someday I will be. The hunter felt good because the hunter felt like a physical damage dealer, but at range. It had a good mix of like how the gameplay felt. Although I thought that after playing a hunter, other classes would seem slow, and that's not the case. Like, this warrior doesn't feel slow just because I played a hunter. That effect never manifested. Even though for sure it is slower, like, If we were to time it out, it'd be a lot slower, but it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel bad in the way that I worried it might. If we do a hunter again, it'll be on the alliance side next time. And I'll just follow a pet guide, that way there's no way anybody can backseat me. And then I'll just pin the comment to chat every day, don't backseat me, I'm following the hunter guide. And then it should be a good playthrough. A dwarf hunter? Yeah, I mean the choice is dwarf hunter, well, dwarf hunter or night elf hunter. I guess there's also like Draenei can be hunters. I guess Draenei can be, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever gonna play a Draenei again that I enjoy. Yeah, I think female night elf has the best bow animations. And we like using a bow. You wish we could do, I wish we could do human hunter. I think every race should be able to be hunter. Because in order for a race to flourish, like someone in your society has to know how to hunt. You gotta know how to hunt and gather. Like that's how all civilization starts. So if you are a race that has survived and you have cities and stuff, then you have hunters. You have people who can hunt. Like, period. Just like you have people that can fight. You know, if you are a civilization that's made it, you have fighters and you have hunters. Sometimes they're the same people, sometimes they're not. And so everything should be able to be a hunter. You know, if I want to play a gnome hunter, I should be able to play that. Yeah, we'll probably do a night elf, actually. In retail, every class can be a hunter. See, that's nice. Yeah, I'm all about opening up more classes to more races for Classic Plus. Because, you know, variety is good, and it offers, like, replayability for people that really like a certain class. Just play it multiple times on different races. Just for funsies. Yeah, humans can be hunters in Kata. We'll see. There's probably a character between this character and another hunter, though. As much as, like, you know, maybe someday I'll want to do that again. I think there's one more character between us and another hunter. I don't know if it's going to be a warlock or a shaman. But I feel like there's a warlock or a shaman between us and a second hunter run. It'll probably happen eventually, though. I mean, eventually they'll probably give us a Joyous Journey buff. Eventually, someday, in like a later phase. And that could help us level up some characters that we want. Cataquesting's not that bad. It's not awful. There are some zones that are better than others. I will say again, like, the Horde side stuff is better in Cataclysm than the Alliance side stuff. A lot of the Alliance side remake zones are bad. You know, like they turned Westfall into an episode of CSI, they turned Red Ridge into a Rambo spoof. They didn't do as much of that blatantly on the Horde side. In my opinion, the Horde side questing is better. As far as like how the zones feel, and if it feels like you're playing through a joke zone or like just a normal zone. The Horde side has a good flow. Like Northern Barrens and Southern Barrens are really good. Feralus is still really good. Stone Talon is meh, like Stone Talon's the weakest link. Next phase is Warglaves? Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. You know I don't care about that kind of stuff. It's a high likelihood that I won't really raid in TBC. You know, I hope I can do some heroics. But I don't know if I'll ever raid in TBC. I don't know if I'll raid until I can do 10-man raids. Wrath of the Lich King might be good for raiding for me. If I can get into a 10-man group size. Like, I really don't want to do 25-man stuff. I have no appetite for being in a raid of 25 people. Just give me 9 other people, you know, with their heads screwed on decently, and that way we can learn fights and have fun and be consistent. You know, we don't have to be on week 5 still learning the same fight, because everybody will just know it. I just like that there's more accountability in a 10-man. In a 25-man, 7 people can be on the ground. And as long as it's not like a bunch of tanks or healers, then you can still kill bosses. In a 10-man, you get 1 or 2 people on the ground, especially if you're pushing hard modes, then that's a wipe. You can't have really any dead weight. Everybody has to learn the mechanics, everybody gets to know the mechanics, and everybody does the mechanics. In 25-man, too many people can fall over and it doesn't matter. And then those people can still get loot, you know, they can come, they can fall over week after week, they can fall over on the same boss. And they still get loot. So, I don't know. I just don't like 25-man stuff. I think 25-man's a good size for, like, LFR. Like, if you want to do an LFR style thing where, like, there's less accountability and less of a skill ceiling, then 25-man's good for an LFR. Just go kill the bosses, have a fun time slamming your buttons, you know? But I would love to see the hard modes again in Ulduar. It'd be really fun to have a group to do those with. Because that was like the most fun I ever had in raiding, was pushing Ulduar hard modes in a 10-man group. Yeah, and then if you really want to, like, if you have 25 people, you can do 2 10-mans. And then that way, that gives you some leeway. Like, you don't have to have the full 25 there. But you can have, like, an A group and a B group, or you can have, like, an A group and a B/alt group. And so, you know, like, it's not like you don't have to pair your roster all the way down to 10 people necessarily, but you can put out 2 different 10-man groups. If you have people in the right roles. See, I would have enjoyed the 10-mans and mop a lot more. Because I did a couple of 25-mans with you guys, and I was like, yeah, nope, this isn't it. And that's what happened to me in Cataclysm, too. In Cataclysm, the guild I was in, I did a couple of 25-mans with them. And after, like, 2 weeks, I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to do 25-mans. Too many people that are just rolling around, and I can't see what's going on as clearly as I could in the 10-man, and I just didn't like it. And same thing with mop, like... I did those couple of raids and it was like, yep, nope, 25 men, not for me. I didn't like it. It wasn't long after that Blizz announced TBC and Mop died. Yeah, they have a good habit of killing their own games. I wonder what kind of discussions they have internally about stuff like that. Like, when one of their games kills another one of their games, like, I wonder how they feel about it, or if it's all a part of the plan, you know? It's all part of the plan, or if they're like, oh my god, is there any way we can prevent this? Like, no, not really. All of your games compete directly with each other for the same player base, for the most part. You can prevent it by only having one progression server going at a time. Instead, you have multiple progression servers kind of going at the same time. Maybe the reason we haven't heard about Warlords of Draenor or Legion Classic is because they're starting to get that sense. Or just starting to realize that, well, we have too many different progressions going. And if we really want to funnel people into one or the other, we really can't have so many different progressions going at once. Maybe that's why they haven't said anything about what's happening with Mr. Pandaria. I mean, we didn't think anyone was asking for Cataclysm either, but they gave us Cataclysm and they went right on to give us Mop. I don't know. They send out surveys and stuff sometimes, or at least they used to, so I'm assuming they look at the surveys. But I remember being at a point in time when I didn't think that they would do Cata Classic because, you know, a lot of people just didn't think Cata was Classic. But they did. And then they did Mop. But now it seems they've kind of stalled out. Like, they don't really know what to do next. And then, you know, a lot of people think we're going to get Classic Plus sometime this year. If they're going to give us Classic Plus sometime this year, they definitely are not going to want to give us Warlords of Draenor Classic or Legion Classic the same year. They're not going to want to release a Classic Plus and then have people with, like, other options for stuff to play, because they're going to want everyone to be hype and come play Classic Plus. 3 stacks of this poison. Oh my god, this is going to be the end of me. This is not good. What exactly is Classic Plus? Really hard to say. Everybody you ask is going to have a different answer. We won't even know what Classic Plus is until they give it to us and we log in and play it. Because at this point, everybody's idea of what they want for Classic Plus is so different, and we have no idea what Blizz is cooking up. Classic Plus is, like, just at its core, it's a vanilla plus more stuff. It's a vanilla era, but plus more content. Now, what does that content look like? What kind of content is it? We don't know. We're not going to know until Blizz shows us. But basically, a vanilla era with new. I gotta fight something else while these poisons tick off. Because these poisons are really, really brutal. Lael, it's 102 where you're at, and the heat index is 117. I feel you, man. It's been just about as hot here in Michigan for the past, like, 5 days. Supposedly, this is the last day that it's going to be quite as hot, and then it's going to cool off into the upper 80s. That's right, it's going to cool off into the upper 80s. Didn't think I'd say that so early in the summer. But the lower and upper 80s are going to feel like quite a relief compared to what it's been like. You know, they'll be able to cancel the warnings that say, if you go outside, you're very likely just to die. Like, those warnings will get to expire, so I guess we have to consider that a cool-off. It's been brutal. It's 58 degrees in San Fran. Keep your mouth shut. You shut your filthy mouth. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that one of the most expensive places on the planet to live would have the best weather. It's almost like it was designed that way. You don't want to have summers like we have, friend. You don't want to experience 6 days of a heat index that gets to 117 degrees. At least you might want to experience it, but you wouldn't want to have to live with it, you know? There's plenty of torments that are worth experiencing just so you know, like, how good you have it, but there's, like, temporary torments, but then there's, like, having to live with it year after year after year. It's pretty bad. Parkow, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. I mean, you're in a classic stream with a dude who mostly levels, so, I mean, your supposition might be right. But then again, you know what they say about assumptions. Are we gonna grill or cook anything for the holiday? No. It's way too hot to cook. It's way too hot to grill. Maybe tomorrow or the day after, not today. If it cools down like it's supposed to, then possibly. No, I don't like to cook when it's this hot. That's what cold cuts are for. Cold cuts and carry out. Just lay the burger outside. It'll be done in a few minutes. Exactly. You like cook it on the cement at this point, probably pretty easily. Could definitely heat up some dogs that way. Just roll some hot dogs out onto the pavement. Let them sit in the sun for a little bit and you're good to go. You could probably toast the buns out there too, if you wanted a toasted bun. Nothing like a concrete toasted bun. Yeah, today's supposed to be the last day of the really, really hot. After today, we just go down to the regular really hot. Which is still pretty hot. But I guess we'll have to take what we can get. We'll just have to be grateful that we don't suffocate, you know, like on the very air that we're trying to breathe. Oh, here we go. This is really nice. Most of the time, these guys are completely farmed out. This is the first time in a long time I've seen them all up. We got 4 out of 10. It's a 100% drop rate, thankfully. So the hard part is not getting it to drop. The hard part is finding a living vulture. Do I see any difference playing Alliance or Horde as far as does either faction feel more friendly, like the players who play on the faction? No, not really. No, it's all just WoW players. I've never noticed a difference between like the types of players there are. I don't pay attention to that kind of thing that much because I don't really have like super high expectations of people, and people are mostly decent, so... In a world where most people are just decent, everything feels pretty even in regards to that. Every once in a while you come across a nutter, but that's going to happen on either faction. Alright, 8 out of 10. Somebody else showed up here to kill these guys, unfortunately. Sometimes they respawn really fast. But not all the time. Do I have an opinion on undead rogues, though? No, not really. I don't PvP, so... They don't bother me none. Kyle, thank you for being here and hanging out with us. Alright, 2 more vulture bones. Let's head further south. We have 1 more type of gazer we need. And we're only going to find them far to the south of us. And then maybe along the way we finish up our vulture bones, if we're lucky. Apparently we have a very dark side of the zone, and then we have a part of the zone that's still in light. Which is interesting. Ransel, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us. Alright, that just leaves vulture bones. We were actually able to take care of these pretty efficiently. Looks like this should get us level 35. Which will be a decent level to start things off in Stranglethorn. Although I think I'm going to try to do an armory run before we really kick things off with questing in Stranglethorn. See how that goes. I bet I can't even equip any of the gear in there until like level 38 anyway, right? That sounds right. Let's see. Yeah, 37, 37, 38, 37. So maybe we just wait. What's the point of going into the place before I can even equip any of the loot?
Yo, keep it real.
Seems kind of pointless.
Glad I could help. Ah, potential customer. Have a good one.
Peace, friend.
Pleased to meet you. Alrighty then.
Greetings. Very well then. Alrighty then. Very good.
You have a great day now.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
Alright, well, we did get 35. We completed all of those quests in a decent amount of time, and I think now we're going to hearth back to Booty Bay. What am I doing with my talent point? Improved disciplines. Reduce the cooldown of retaliation, recklessness, and shield wall. Okay. Like, that's okay. Maybe now I start putting points to reduce heroic strike rage cost. That seems alright. Alright, let's hearth out of here. I'm gonna go AFK for a second. I'm gonna get some water and some coffee, and then we'll be back at it. Alright, we're back. Let's see, we picked up a breadcrumb to somewhere here. Oh, maybe that was a breadcrumb up to the rebel camp. Alright, yeah, let's fly back to the north. We're gonna start back in the north with all the hunting lodge stuff and the rebel camp stuff. We have Crocodilus to hunt. Blood scalp ears. Singing blue crystal shards, all kinds of stuff we can do now. Oh, you know what? Where's the nearest fire at? Do we not have a fire here? Like, the Horde probably have a fire, because the Horde have Gromgull. Do we not have a bonfire? That's gonna be really, really sad if that's the case. I'm gonna go check, I guess, outside of Booty Bay. See if maybe there's a fire we can spin at out there. If there's not, then I don't really know. That will really suck. Well, we're getting a bonfire buff. So we have to have one here somewhere. It's just a matter of where the heck is it? Oh my god, it's all the way over here on the beach? I think this is the furthest one from town that I've seen. The South Shore one is pretty far north of South Shore, I guess, but this must be the furthest one I've seen. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, and there's level 40 guys out here. This fire's not safe for us. Oh, this is really bad. Okay. I hope I can leash this person. Because I don't think I can fight him. There we go. Yeah, I don't like this. This is not ideal for the level range that we are. And we're going to have to get this, then we're still going to have to go back into Booty Bay and fly north still. I don't know. I feel like this could have been better placed.
got my attention. Watch your back.
It is going to be really nice having this flight point.
What can I do for you? Have a good one. See you later.
Well met. For the Alliance. Be careful.
Alright, we're going to go over to the hunting camp. We're going to grab all those quests. We'll start working on those, but I think we're going to go into the Curzon compound. And we're going to do that stuff early as well.
Great to meet you. Watch your back. What can I do for you? Off with you. See you soon. Safe travels.
Well met.
What can I do for you?
How are ya?
Alright, what's the Curzon compound look like today? Is it going to be farmed out? Or are there going to be plenty of mobs to accidentally aggro? Well, we have a mage here, so whatever's alive is not going to be alive for long. Just do that. And we'll do this. Nice. Very nice. Would I say Season of Mastery was less successful than Season of Discovery? There's no way to say. We'd have to have player numbers for that. And since Blizz doesn't publish player numbers, there's no way to tell. Season of Mastery was like, you know, it was a XP buff. Other than that, it was just a fresh start server, you know? It was a fresh start server with an XP buff. Season of Discovery was a completely different thing. But as far as what was more successful, that's up to the player numbers and up to the developers to decide if they met their goals or not. I have no idea. I played both of them. So for me, they were both a success. Oh boy. Oh, this is really cool. This thing that I have equipped, it looks like it's a staff, right? It's not. It's a one-handed mace. The giant club of the bear. I don't think I've ever used anything quite this special. Yeah, that's a very, very special item we have there. Did they change this quest so the jungle remedy can drop off of anybody? I thought the remedies only dropped off the medicine men. Necklace of the Bear. 5 stamina, 4 strength. Oh, that's better than what we have on. Very nice. Of the Bear neck piece. What a good find. Alright, that's all 15 fighters. That's all of the remedy we need. That didn't take too long. There were plenty of people out here, but there were also plenty of mobs to kill. Let's go turn these in, and then we'll probably be focusing on hunting the animals after that for a while. Am I using the druid staff from Wailing Caverns? No. This is actually a one-handed mace. The giant club of the bear. Speaking of which, I went sword and board there so we can interrupt those heals, but I think we'll go back to the two-handed sword. Keep skilling that up. Yeah, we talked about that the other day. It's really unfortunate that they scaled the Blood Elf weapons down so small. Blood Elves are just as tall as humans. Actually, Blood Elves are a couple inches taller than humans. So there's really no reason to scale the weapons down quite as much as they did. But apparently they decided that the elves were physically frail. Like, for some reason that was a lore excuse, which doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't really add up, but that's what they did. That's why they can't be warriors. And I guess that's why the weapons are so small. Because apparently we're just supposed to believe they are physically frail. I mean, technically they're all addicts, so maybe that's true. I don't really need to be doing this one yet. Kind of strayed out of the area that I want to be in. We can save that one for later on. Maybe when we get high elves and blood elf equivalents in Classic Plus, maybe they won't scale the weapons as small. That would be a cool change. Just let us wield normal size weapons. we're gonna fish at this wreckage. And we're gonna see if maybe we can get the item that lets us mark these on the mini-map. There we go. Weather-beaten journal teaches you the fine art of fish finding. So now we should see this on the mini-map. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Chat, we can't track both things at once. Because we're not in Cataclysm era yet, so we can only track one thing at a time. Well, that's a bummer. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like, tracking these is a nice to have, but if I have to choose between tracking these and tracking herbs, I have to track herbs, you know? Oh, man. Okay. Well, it's cool that they put it into the game, but the way their tracking system currently is, if you're tracking anything else, it's kind of useless.
Looking for something specific? Light bless you.
Need help? For the Alliance.
Alright, every single young tiger is dead. Nice to see that the animal life here is just as wiped out as it normally is. Let's shoot back up to the rebel camp. Let's turn these other quests in. Don't think we're going to be able to do the follow-ups for those right now. But maybe that'll give time for the wildlife to respawn.
What can I do for you? Be careful. Need help? Safe travels. Farewell. Have a good one. See you around.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Hello.
That is 10 out of 10 on the young tigers. Let's grab the follow-up. Then we'll head a little bit further to the west. See if we can get the next batch of panthers, tigers, and then also the raptors that are back there.
Well met. Be careful.
Could be a good time if there's not a lot of players, or although every time we go to this area recently, it's pretty farmed out. If we have trouble finding tigers, panthers, raptors, we can head a little bit further south and we can go after the singing blue crystal shards from the basilisk. So we'll see how it is. 9 o'clock server time on a Friday. That sounds like the primest of prime times to me. So it could be quite busy. So far, we've had pretty free reign of these panthers, and most of them are up. Maybe we're gonna get lucky with these today. I don't think I've ever been able to kill as many of these consecutively without having to wait for respawns. Am I enjoying leveling on this character more than the Blood Elf Hunter? No, I mean, I really enjoyed the Hunter 1 to 60. Hunter 1 to 60 was a ton of fun. This has been a lot of fun. So I would just say I've had fun on both characters. I had a blast on the Hunter 1 to 60. Wow, we almost finished all 10 of them up in one go. If not for this human rogue, we might have done just that. That was our 10th one right there that he killed. But that was a pretty good run. We didn't see a single tiger. We saw only panthers, which hardly ever happens. And I wonder if that means that all the raptors down here are dead. Yeah, it looks like while we were killing panthers to the north, everybody was down here killing raptors. So there's no raptors. No tigers. Lots of king's blood I don't need. We have 15 minutes left on the buffs, and once that runs out, we'll just hearth back to Booty Bay and we'll re-up the buffs and we'll fly back out. It's really too bad they don't have another fire thing up at the rebel camp. Don't rebels need celebrations too? We also have to go investigate the haunted island at some point. Guess we should probably do that while we're out here. What's going on out here? What is this? What is this? Let's see. This is not a midsummer bonfire, even though it looks like one. Ice stone. I don't remember this. I don't remember this at all. Why am I out here again? Maybe I don't have the quest. I thought I had a quest to investigate the island. But perhaps we don't have that one yet. And then I don't know whatever this ice stone is. I have no idea what that's about. But I know I'm having a hard time fighting these guys. So maybe we just ought to get off the island and not come back for a few levels. And worry about this later. It's a fire festival daily. Okay. I did have a quest here and I finished it. Alright, cool. Let's get out of here before I have to fight any more elementals. Cool, cool, cool. So we don't have to worry about the ice stone or the fires. It's just part of the event. think I'm going to finish up this quest, and then I'm going to hearth back to Booty Bay. By then we'll be about out of our buff. This one turns in back in Booty Bay, and then the Crocolisk one we did turns in Booty Bay. And I think at least the Crocolisk one has a follow-up. I don't know if this one does. You can run away from these guys when they're trying to stun you, but it's weird. It's like they get stuck trying to stun you after that. Once they try to cast it, if you outrange it, they just keep trying it again and again and again. And then you just have to keep running away. Or take the stun. Alright, that is 10 out of 10. Let's hearth.
Yo. Real. Time is money, friend. Keep it real. Right back. What's up? Keep it real. Right back. Glad I could help. Well met, traveler. There's opportunity to be had here if you're clever enough. Yo, keep it real. Be good. Have a good one.
Alright, I am actually out of time for today. Pretty darn close. So I am going to park it right here for now. We are going to pick up right here tomorrow, and we're going to do as much questing here as we can. Trying to get to like level 38, and then we can start things off in Dustwallow Marsh. I think tomorrow we will do an armory run. We're getting pretty close to being able to equip the loot. So when we hit 36, we'll plan on armory a couple times. maybe grind it enough to get level 37, and then we can equip all of the loot. And yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate you all being here. As always, take care of yourselves out in the real world and take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.